IT department? Hello? IT department?
Can you hear me? I just switched it, but check to see if it's on. Oh, sorry. Is it on? Hello? Can you hear me? No? Well, we're going to start anyway. Here, if we could quiet down. Let me have yours. Oh, 2 minutes. Work without that. Let me come over there.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We'll begin our regular meeting for April 17th. We've got quorum, all 7 members are present. I've got my notes here. Come on here. You can just give me all that stuff. We've got quorum. Let's go ahead and stand for the pledge to the American and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We'll begin with our public forum. We do have quite a few speakers. Lisa Weber. Yes, please.
I have had several children attend and graduate from SMHS. My son has also participated in the AVID program. I have questions and concerns regarding a district position held at the central office level. SMCISD currently funds a position titled Director of College and Career Readiness. However, upon reviewing the short list of 15 major responsibilities and duties for this position, 11 out of the 15 are directly tied to a former district position titled Director for Teacher Support / AVID. It appears SMCISD funds a position titled Director of College and Career Readiness, but the majority of the job responsibilities assigned to this title barely support district CCMR goals. In the spring of 2021, the district moved away from the previous major responsibilities held by this position when it was formerly titled CCMR K-12 Manager and reported to the Superintendent. The following major responsibilities of the previous CCMR manager are now absent from the CCMR director job description. These significantly important duties include provide guidance to individuals and groups of students to develop a 4-year plan and CCMR goals, provide guidance support to ECHS students working with ECHS coordinator, maintain a data dashboard to monitor college and career readiness status of all high school students, provide monthly CCMR reports, provide presentations for students and families regarding CCMR post-secondary readiness, work with the guidance counselors to conduct audits to ensure all students meet CCMR, oversee the post-secondary pathways of graduates using clearinghouse data and other metrics, along with other things. What happened to these previous primary responsibilities of a CCMR K-12 manager? Why are they no longer important for the district CCMR director to oversee? These are significant tasks important to supporting CCMR for our students. CCMR impacts the high school campus report card, which may also impact SMCISD's future district of innovation status. 2 Hayes High Schools have higher campus report cards than SMHS. The CCMR director for Hayes has 40 items on their job description related to CCMR, whilst SMCISD's CCMR director has 4. Dr. Cardona, I hope that you do not expect the responsibilities of a CCMR director to fall at the campus level. My child, in particular, has had a different counselor every single school year. The employee turnover rate just within the counseling department has been high every single year you have been superintendent. Central office staff need to do their part to support campus-level goals as it impacts all students. Dr. Cordona, you have a history of pulling your friends out of retirement to offer them principal positions at the high school. You ensure your vacation buddies get well-paying jobs at central office and at the high school. Board of Trustees, hold the superintendent accountable for the positions he is creating and overseeing so that families can be supported and the reputation of our district can perhaps improve instead of decline as it has over the last 6 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second speaker is Dan Lyon on tax increase.
I was going to say good evening, Dr. Cardona, but he's not here. But anyway, good evening, trustees. First of all, I'm not directing my comments to the two trustees who voted against putting the bonds up for a public vote. As a matter of fact, I believe that they are right. Let me read the headline of the San Marcos Daily Record for Sunday, April 16th, 2023. Quote, property appraisals increased 24% across Hays County, unquote. That means that your $350,000 house is now worth $434,000 according to the Hays County Central Appraisal District. Let's take a look at what the Board of Trustees has done over the past year. You took a $9 million piece of property and donated its use to a private organization. You then turned around and took $14 million from fund balance to, quote, balance, unquote, the budget. You had a chance to lower the tax rate last year in a year when valuations were at a record high, but you chose not to do so. Your website states that if the bond passes, that we will pay $31 more a year in taxes for a $350,000 house. I beg to differ. If the valuation on your property goes up by 24%, you will pay hundreds, if not thousands, of additional dollars in school taxes. Admit it. This is the real way that y'all planned on paying for this all along. Do you believe that people are fooled by this sleight of hand? At $15,000 per game at Bobcat Stadium, we could have paid less over 10 years than we will pay to resurface the football field if the bond passes. If we need to spend any additional money, in my opinion, it should be spent on the STEM and CTE programs. Mariachi bands and dance studios are nice diversions, but there is very little chance that these will provide the jobs of the future. These bonds are ill-timed and ill-conceived, a waste of money, and will not solve our educational deficiencies. There is only one sane way to vote on these bonds, and that is no. If these bonds pass, along with the increased valuations, many more of your fellow San Marcans will lose their homes, and it'll be on your conscience. And I've got to say, is the superintendent's salary inversely proportional to what achievements are on standardized scores? You can look anywhere you want to and find out that our standardized scores have done nothing but go down since he's been here. But yet you keep rewarding him by giving him more and more raises. You got to do more than just check all of the politically correct boxes. You've got to actually perform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lyon.
Thank you.
I had already given you Lyons. Okay. Caitlin Falk. She's going to speak on the school marshal program.
Good evening, board. My name is Caitlin, and I'm a student at Trinity University and a volunteer at an elementary school in SMCISD. Today, I would like to speak on the school marshal program that I saw SMCISD plans to discuss. When I accepted my volunteer position, the first thing my mother asked me was about school security. In the wake of Uvalde, Nashville, and all the gun violence we've seen, school safety is at the forefront of people's minds, and it's no wonder that the board would be considering a school marshal program. But I would like to share some additional information for consideration. The first thing I want to address is that this program would make students and staff feel safer. A 2018 survey by the National Education Association revealed that 64% of respondents said that they would actually feel less safe if faculty and staff were armed. Additionally, there is no evidence to support the idea that arming teachers makes schools safer. Many community members, myself included, agree that placing firearms in schools, even in the hands of educators trained to carry them, would not make the schools a safer place. Even if SMCISD signs onto the school marshal program, do we really want to put that on our teachers? It's their responsibility to educate our children, not potentially take a life for them. And even if teachers are willing to be armed, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement requires a mandatory 80 hours of training and psychological evaluations. This time commitment is a deterrent to many otherwise willing teachers. In the state of Texas, only approximately 80 of the 1,200 school districts opted into the program, and only about 360 people out of the 369,000 public school teachers have become licensed school marshals. As a concerned citizen and someone who spends a significant amount of time in SMCISD schools, a school marshal is not the answer to school safety that we're looking for. Instead, I urge the board to look at other ways to increase school safety. 60% of school gun violence is committed by current or former students. Experts from the National Threat Assessment Center agree that the majority of these individuals showed signs before the incident, and the AFT and the NEA recommend trauma-informed crisis intervention. Having designated school resource officers at every campus, increasing the amount of counselors at each campus, and aiming funding towards mental health initiatives are alternatives to this program that I believe the board should consider before implementing a school marshal program. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Susan Seaton on the bond election.
Good evening, Board of Trustees and the public. My name is Susan Seaton, and tonight I'm here representing our San Marcos 2023 Bond PAC Committee. And I wanted to let you know that we are having an information and sign pickup session Wednesday at San Marcos Barbecue from 5:30 to 7:30. So if you have questions, concerns, or information that you need, if you'll please come to that session. We also have these bond signs if you're willing to support our district and put these in your yards. We will have these available for pickup as well. San Marcos Barbecue is also going to take care of your dinner needs. They're going to have several specials that you can drive through, get a sign, pick up dinner for your family, and go home. So we urge you, I do hear some misinformation in our community, so if you have questions and concerns, please come and ask us, and we will be glad to help you with all of the information that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seaton. Andre Porter on graduation seating.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andre Porter. I'm here tonight on a situation in reference to graduation seating. My daughter is one of 15 students that are in the ECHS program. This program started 4 years ago, started with 60 students, and now it's left with 15. Of these 15, they have been self-starters. They have done double the credit, or double the work. They've worked during the summer, they've worked during the school year, and the children, as well as the parents, would like for them all to be seated together in graduation. When this was brought up in a previous ECHS meeting, we were told by the teachers that's outside of their pay grade. When we asked to speak to the principal, we haven't heard directly back, and it's supposed to be a big issue for 15 children who have worked tirelessly together. Now, during this time frame, they've had other principals that were here at the school said, I don't even know why you guys are continuing with this program. And I do believe that the purpose of them being here in high school, going into college, is to get a college education. And for an educator, a principal at San Marcos High School to tell them that is outrageous to me. Nevertheless, they stuck with this program, and as a result, these 15 students want to sit beside each other. But they've heard things as you can't do it because of seating arrangements. This one won't be with that one. It's not in alphabetical order. This is 15 students that will not only graduate with a high school diploma, but the week before, they're graduating from the college, wherever it is in Beeville that we have to go to, with an associate's degree. They have done double the work. Their averages are actually lowered because of whatever the standard is, whoever makes it up. We are asking, since the principal at San Marcos High School, nor the people here know, and it's outside of their pay grade, we're asking that you all allow 15 students to sit together and be recognized for their work, not alphabetically, but to sit together. They all got together, and then they came to us as the parents and said they won't let us do it. I don't think this is a big ask. These have not been the children who have been problems here at the high school. They've done double the work. I think this is not too much to ask for you all to let 15 students to sit beside one another at graduation. They would appreciate it, and we would appreciate it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next person is L. Tim. I can't read the last name. Bang. Say it again, please. Bauer Kemper. Yeah. Thank you.
I did really well in a lot of subjects, and handwriting was not one of them. So, I'm here to address the school marshal program. I've had conversations with a few of you, and I understand the constraints that we are under. I understand the fear every time there is a tragedy somewhere for every parent in the nation to see that alert on their phone, knowing it's not your town, but knowing it could be. I know we're under constraints, and I know that the local law enforcement is not able to provide us with additional resources. And so I have been told that this is a stopgap measure for that process. There's an old saying, if all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And we are approaching safety like we've only got one hammer and that everything's a nail. We can do better than just more guns. We've seen over and over again, more guns ain't working. Hundreds of guns were in Uvalde. Hundreds. None of them did the job, at least not soon enough. I don't know the ability of an educator to be backdoor, last resort, special trained for that kind of work. I'm no expert, but I can't imagine anyone went to school to be an educator and is of the mind and preparedness and has the time and energy to practice like that. If we need to do this, and that's y'all's decision, y'all have to make that call. I don't want to make that call. I've turned down running for y'all's seats. If y'all have to do this, it needs to be time-bound, and it needs to be done in concert with finding better solutions like stronger safety nets, stronger safety fortifications of the schools. I know for a fact that an auditor was able to walk right into this building because the students are not well trained and the fences just don't exist to cover the entrances and exits the way they need to. You can get into the courtyard if you know how to walk around a gate, and it's not hard. Google Maps can tell you how to do it. We need to do that work in concert with a stopgap measure before finding better solutions. If you have to authorize this, it needs to be time-bound. It needs to be reauthorized every year with the intent of sunsetting the idea that everything's a nail and more hammers will work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Edward Gomez on graduation seating.
What Mr. Porter said, my son's one of the part of those 15, and it's been a struggle for him since he was a freshman in high school. He sacrificed getting scholarships because he wanted to complete the program, because I always taught him, when you start something, you finish it. His GPA took a hit because he's taking extra hard classes compared to the normal classes. All those 15 kids could have taken those classes and aced it, and they would have sat together in the top 10%. These 15 aren't from what we're being told, because it's not in their pay grade for them to and I understand they don't have the information yet because it's a new program. But I was offended when my son told me that they were called guinea pigs, that they're learning how to run this program now based off of them, off of this performance. When they started with 60 and they're ending with 15. We're asking for 30 seconds at graduation time to seat them together, have them walk in together, stand together when they announce them and hand them their diplomas. I mean, I don't think it's that much of a big deal, especially coming from my part of South Texas. College wasn't something that was ever offered for me. It was never in my cards to ever go to college. So is this a celebration for me? Yes, it is. My firstborn son's gonna walk that stage with an associate's and with a high school diploma. I'm just a dumb old Marine. I don't know anything about college. I never got gifted that opportunity. But for him to sit with these 15 that I'm proud to say that my son knows all these 15 because they've all had the same classes through all 4 years. That's what the high school is about, building these memories, these core memories that they're gonna live with for the rest of their lives. And I don't think something as simple as we didn't get to walk in together because it's not alphabetical order. I think that's a shame. I don't even think there should be an agenda for this. This is an elite group, if you want to call it that, because if I'm not mistaken, the top 10% get to walk in, because they're the top 10%. What's wrong with adding 15 more students to that celebration? That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mr. Gomez, thank you for your service. Bonnie Beavers, School Marshal Program.
Good evening, board members. I am Pastor Bonnie Beavers. I am the youth pastor at First United Methodist Church here in San Marcos. I am also a volunteer and frequent events attender at activities all across San Marcos CISD. I'm on the campuses quite a lot. I also have students from my ministry and my church on every campus within our CISD. Tonight, I am here to speak about the School Marshal program that has been proposed. I believe that everyone here has our students' best interests at heart and wants only the best and safest experiences for our administrators, our faculty, our staff, and our students. For this reason, I encourage you not to approve this program. As a family and youth pastor, I spend my days working with students in San Marcos. They talk to me about their fears, the things that they are most stressed about, and the reality of their mental health. I cannot count the number of conversations we have had regarding their fears of guns on their school campuses. Our students live with the constant anxiety of school shooters. They are quite literally afraid for their lives. Having armed law enforcement officers on the school campuses adds a sense of safety and security to their minds. They can see who is there to protect them, and they know exactly where to go if they hear grumblings of suspicious activities. In arming school district employees and asking them to remain anonymous and to carry a concealed weapon, we are adding to the anxiety of our students. This is a hidden firearm on their campus. Students are not told who has the weapon. They are not told who is hired to get them to safety and who is hired to face down any potential attacker. I have worked with middle and high school students for over 15 years, and in that time I have served not only as a pastor, but also as a law enforcement coordinator for all police officers in schools in the state of West Virginia. In both of those positions, the consistent feedback I heard from students and parents is that they do not want guns in their schools unless they are carried by licensed law enforcement officers. Our students face almost weekly reports of active shooter situations. They are reminded regularly that kids die in their schools. Their mental health shows these stresses. I believe the intention of this board is to create safe spaces for our students and to give our children peace of mind as they grow and learn. Placing district personnel with concealed weapons on the campuses will not achieve this. Let's work to find a solution that provides safety and peace of mind to our students without increasing their levels of stress and fear. Mental health is a very real issue and should be of the utmost importance in this decision. Thank you for your service to our community and to our schools.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
We still have 3 more speakers, and I just want to say that I hope the people that have spoken tonight on the Marshall Plan stay and hear the presentation that we'll have later on in the meeting. I think it'll clarify some of the concerns you have. Sam Salmi on the Marshall Plan.
Hello, my name is Sam Salmi, and I'm a Miller Middle School student. I'm here to talk about the Marshall Plan program today. Do you know what it's like to be in 4th grade and have to do active shooter duck and cover drills? Or when you have to do the lockdown drill because there might be someone who wants to harm us? Me and my fellow students are growing up in a world where every day when you go to school, you aren't scared because of some math test, but because you could get hurt by guns. These guns could kill me, and that makes me scared. Having more guns in school will not help. The Marshal will not make us feel safer. In fact, the Marshal will teach kids the answer to our problems is the people they don't know with guns they can't see. More guns in our school is not the answer. Our school's SRO is completely okay because we have opportunities to meet them, see what they're like. SROs teach us and our elementary kids to learn to trust police because we know that's what they are. We know our SRO has had extensive training, and we know how to, that they know how to handle situations where a shooter might be involved. As a student, we don't want more guns in our school. Please listen to the youth and vote against the Marshal program. Hire more SROs or off-duty officers if needed, but don't create more problems. And this core is the problem of too many guns.
Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Todd Salmi.
Good evening, board members. My name is the Reverend Todd Salmi. I'm a pastor here in town. I have children in the SMCISD schools, and I'm an active volunteer on our campuses throughout our district. Tonight, I want to speak also about the school marshal program that you will consider, and I believe, as has been said, everyone on the board, our administration, our staff, as well as our community and parents, we want to do what we can to keep our kids and our schools safe. There are many ways to do this. Tonight, I ask you to vote against implementing a school marshal program. As we've heard, there's no research evidence that concealed weapons carried by plain-clothed school employees is effective at keeping our schools safe or at reducing violence. And common sense tells us that putting more guns hidden around schools is a bad idea. And while there's more to say about the policies and the facts, I want to speak about the moral and ethical aspects of this decision. We see news reports about mass shooting and gun violence too often in the news, and we can feel powerless and desperate, and we can look for ways that will make us feel safe and strong. And if, God forbid, if someone decides to attempt to hurt people in our schools, the moral and ethical responsibility for that is on them for those harmful actions. And yet, if you, as board members, put concealed weapons in every one of our schools, then you take the financial, legal, and moral responsibility for any harm that results from any accidents or any negligence because you purposely put more guns in our schools. One of the hardest pastoral responsibilities I have is performing funerals for children. The death of a child leaves gaps in families' lives, in classrooms, and in communities. And while illnesses and accidents happen, the death of a child in our school due to a concealed gun is an accident that you have the power and the moral responsibility to avoid. We don't need more guns in our cafeteria. We don't need more guns in our music room. We don't need more guns in our counseling centers. We don't need more guns in our gymnasiums or on our playgrounds or in our hallways. We don't need any hidden guns in any of our schools. We should keep our schools safe with visible, uniformed individuals that receive the highest level of professional training, who act as visible deterrents against individuals who may cause us harm, and who our community knows is there to protect them. And yes, it may be hard and there may be challenges around it, but as faithful people, we do the hard thing because it's the right thing. Secret programs like the school marshal will fuel suspicion, stoke information, and feed a dangerous rumor mill. Vote against the Marshal program and keep concealed guns out of our school. Thank you, for your service and blessings for your leadership.
Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Salmi. Jessica Kane?
Good evening, trustees. I'm Pastor Jessica Kane. I'm the parent of 3 students here in San Marcos CISD. Last Friday, I was substitute teaching in an elementary special education class here in the district. At one point in the day, I was struck suddenly with the realization that if there was a shooter on campus, there would be no chance of me keeping the students quiet. I wondered briefly what this teaching team would be able to do to stay safe and to keep the children safe. This isn't the first time I had this kind of thought while I was serving as a substitute. I'm certain that every teacher, administrator, and staff person on every campus in this district has had the same thought regularly for years. What would I do in an active shooter situation? How would I protect my students and myself? Is the risk worth this job I love? Rarely, however, have I heard someone who works in a school talk about the desire to carry a weapon on their job. Many are against any such programs, and I hope that you will be speaking with adults and students on all campuses as you consider this proposal as well. While there are a few cases where a so-called good guy with a gun stops a shooter, there are many more where even those who are trained to deal with such a situation justifiably and understandably balk. We saw this at Uvalde, where police presence did not prevent the deaths of 19 children and 2 adults. There are many ways for us to make our campuses safer, but adding more guns into the situation is not a good choice. Studies show that the mere presence of guns makes violence more possible in our homes, in our communities, and in our schools. When asked, the overwhelming majority of parents, students, teachers, and other staff say they do not want to see programs like this one implemented. Based on my conversations with members of the San Marcos CISD community, I trust that would hold true here as well. So I'm here to ask you not to implement a school marshal program arming any staff members in our schools. Rather, I ask you to turn your attention toward getting the proposed bonds passed so that we can implement any of the safety protocols contained there that will keep our students and staff safe. Let's work on being proactive with more secure buildings, stricter protocols around who can be in and around campuses, and upgraded security systems rather than by arming staff. Thank you for the concern that you have for this community, for your time for today, and for the time and consideration I know you will continue to take on this matter in the future.
Thank you,
Thank
Ms.
you.
King. We're ready to move on to the superintendent's report. Our superintendent's not here today. He's at a conference. So we have someone up here that is going to help us.
Good evening. For our superintendent's report this evening, we will have Mr. Underwood and several other members of our staff recognizing our students for some of the excellent things they're doing in the classroom and in other places as well. So I'll turn over to Mr. Underwood.
Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Thank you, Board President.
Before he starts, introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I am Terrence Sanders, the Chief Academic Officer for San Marcos CISD.
Thank you, Terrence.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sanders, and thank you, Ms. Cantu, and board members. Tonight we'll begin with Principal Reinhardt from our high school, and also Olivia Short, one of the assistant principals, who will begin with these introductions.
Hey, good evening, everybody. We are here. We want to recognize the first ever cohort of ECHS graduates. What that means is these students that you see coming in right now, they are all getting their associate's degree before they get their high school diploma. Woo!
Maybe the board could stand up behind them and find a little space in between them. Stand on your chair. Margie, can they see you?
I'm sorry. It's bothering me.
Keep smiling, guys.
So proud. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of you. Good work, y'all. Good job. Let me go start Crystal. Mr. Sanders, you have some more? Or is he gonna present? Okay.
Oh, yeah. Up next, we have our literary criticism team. So they advanced to regional as well as placed. Oh, they came in faster than I was expecting. Sorry. And up next, we have the Science UIL team that advanced to regionals. Woo!
Board. Trustees. Brian. There you go. Right there. Who else? Thank you. Congratulations. Wait, the parents are getting y'all. Parents. Did we give the parents?
Proud parents, please. Cameras back up.
Thank you. Congratulations. Nice job. So proud of y'all. Like being back here instead. It's easier.
All right. Now we're going to move on to the next few groups, and just
Miller Band.
hold on just a second before they come up. I just want to kind of give the public a little bit of information. I think it's important that they understand what it is that these students are being recognized. So these next few groups, just an explanation of what honors it is that they have before they take their picture with the school board. Concert and sight reading is an evaluation of learning. It is the concert that is a group of just students performing what they've practiced and what they've been rehearsing and preparing. But sight reading is seeing a piece for the very first time and preparing it in the span of 6 to 10 minutes, depending upon the level of your group and whether you're a varsity or you're a junior varsity or whatever type of ensemble you are. So if you're a choir student, junior varsity, you have 6 minutes to prepare. If you are a high school band varsity group, you have up to 10 minutes to prepare. Very first time ever seeing this piece of music, and it combines the pressures of testing along with the ability and the pressure to perform. It's the fine arts teachers that lead these students through the process. It's difficult to get this, but they have to understand simultaneously that it's their evaluation as well as the students' evaluation on how it is that they perform with their students under pressure, as well as how the students perform under pressure, and again, with back-to-back performances in under 60 minutes. So we're going to begin tonight by understanding that piece, and then if you get a sweepstakes, you have a scale of 1 to 5, 5 being the worst and 1 being the best. In order to get a sweepstakes, you must have a 1 in concert, the best you can get there, and a 1 in sight reading, the best you can get there, okay? And so that's what a sweepstakes performance is. And so tonight, we're going to begin with our Miller Middle School non-varsity under the direction of Hector Ramirez, who received a UIL sweepstakes with the non-varsity band at Miller.
Woo!
Okay. All right, we're going to exit out this door over here to the side. We're going to move on to our next group. The next group, under the direction of Mr. Danny Maldonado, the varsity group had a excellent in concert and a superior in sight reading, which means a 2 in concert and a 1 in sight reading. This is the varsity Miller Band. I'll just add a couple of things while y'all are taking pictures, so don't let me stop you. Go ahead. There was definite improvements from the last year as Mr. Maldonado has taken over at that program. For the first time, the school has competed in 3C classification, which is the most. You have 6A in high school, you have 3C as the biggest at middle school. And so this is the first time ever Miller has done that. And so they performed extremely well. The band is currently working on their program's first grade 3 piece on record, and that means the hardest level that they've ever played out of UIL. So great performances for our Miller Band. I wasn't expecting Mr. Ramirez to leave. Oh, he's here. Okay, great. Come on back up. So all these kids are coming back, and some more are joining. So I also want to let you know about the jazz band. If you have not heard about Miller's jazz band, you're going to get to. Next month, they've already agreed to play before the board meeting, okay? And so you'll get to hear them just a little bit, but they are the #1 jazz band in the state of Texas. They went up head-to-head against who has been known as the #1 jazz band in the state, and they beat them at Texas A&M's Jazz Festival. So, great job.
Very proud of y'all. Very proud of y'all.
And we'll have individual accolades that we'll make sure are available
Good job.
to the district. All right, our next group up is our Miller Middle School Choir under the direction of Mario Contreras. Mr. Contreras' treble group also received a sweepstakes at UIL. As did the tenor bass choir, and I'll just add this, he didn't expect this, but Mr. Contreras has had sweepstakes choir since 2015 straight. Now, the next group is not present, but their teacher is, and we're going to recognize them anyway because you know what they're doing right now? They are rehearsing for a show that you need to know about anyway. It's called The Addams Family. It's taking place this week on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. Yes. So, and there's 2 casts. So they're all actually participating in that, but this is Miss Bean, who 3 years in a row has had sweepstakes orchestras, and this year being one of them. Several of her students also made the Regent Orchestra or auditioned for the Regent Orchestra back in the fall, and she had a violist make the top group with several alternates across several others. So section. So thank you, Ms. Bean. All right. Good Night Art is next.
Good night, Art.
The total number of students was in the 20s, correct? Yeah. There were almost 30 students, the largest middle school to go to junior vase competition. We came back with 12 of our students getting a class 4 rating, which is the highest rating you can get. And then one of these students, Bodie Brown, also had the top rating and received the Platinum Award, which is similar to the gold for high school level. So congratulations to all of them for their award.
Way to
All
go,
right.
good night. Congratulations. Great job, y'all.
I know y'all are getting tired of standing, but
That's okay.
we're just building endurance. Okay, next up will be our high school band. Our non-varsity band was under the direction of Shelby Tippy, Peyton Grover, who's standing in front of you, and Damon Knight. This group earned a superior rating in concert and excellent rating in concert, superior rating. I got it backwards. You had it right first. Did I? Okay. Excellent in concert, superior in sight reading. Flop it. Okay. All right. And then the varsity band under Mr. Grover and Miss Tippy and Mr. Knight played some of the hardest music I have ever heard our high school band play as a part of 6A. Dr. Cardona attended as well, and they came away with a sweepstakes performance at UIL.
Good job, Rattler.
All right.
3 instruments, what are you playing?
And we'll see you again in a minute, some of you. All right. Next up,
Just a little bit of the direction.
this is one of those feats that's, he's sticking around. Okay, this is one of those feats that you just don't hear about from directors very often. Our choir directors just went above and beyond this year. They took 5 groups to contest. They took 2 junior varsities and 3 varsity groups, and we're going to begin with the junior varsity tenor bass that received a 1 in concert, or a superior rating in concert. And y'all should have, if y'all had been there, the performance in sight reading, the first time they performed it was, what would y'all say? They read through the music and just got so yes, but they recovered like crazy. The second time they performed it, it was phenomenal, and they ended up getting a 2, or an excellent reading. So they really recovered very well, and great endurance, and just a great job. So let's give them a round of applause. All right, the kids are going to exit. The tenor bass are going to exit. Our next group to join Miss Sheridan and Miss Smith is going to be our treble non-varsity choir. This choir received, and this is going to become a broken record after a little bit, this choir received a sweepstakes. All right, thank you, treble choir. And now we'll bring up the varsity tenor bass group. The showmanship of this group on stage is incredible. I will be posting an individual performance of what they did at UIL, their third and final song, online, and you'll be able to find that on smcisd.net/fine arts. I encourage you all to go and watch that performance, not immediately after this, but soon. A sweepstakes performance.
They're stretching out.
Our varsity treble choir is coming up next. No. All right, varsity treble, head on up. This group, by themselves, also a UIL sweepstakes ensemble.
He's a dance team to organize this every time. There we go. Yay!
All right, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
And don't worry, they're going to stay put because the boys are going to go back up and join them as a part of the mixed choir. That also, phenomenal performances, sweepstakes performance for the mixed choir as well. Head on up, guys.
You need to get your girls in the front because the boys are tall. Oh, okay. They're going to scoot down. Okay.
Oh, good job. I'll take the knee. Knee takes charge.
Good.
All right, y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Wait for your parents. Don't move. Don't blink. Keep smiling. Let me get out the way.
All right, thank you, choirs. Again, 5 choirs of 5 choirs. 4 got sweepstakes, and all of them got a 1 on concert.
If you don't want to listen to us, go on SoundCloud. We have our own SoundCloud with all their performances.
All right, SoundCloud if you didn't hear that.
I've heard that. I've heard that rumor.
Good job, y'all.
Concert on May 16th. All right, thank you for that. Okay, our next group, you got to enjoy a little bit of them out front. Our San Marcos High School mariachi. This group had a junior varsity get straight 1s at their competition for mariachi. The varsity group also got straight 1s at the region level and then went on to perform at state. And you got to hear a little bit of them, and they're getting ready to go to a competition/festival in Laredo this week, correct? And so let's wish them the best of luck with a big round of applause and congratulations. They are under the direction of Mr. Juan Cavazos. I forgot to say that. And I think he's still taking donations if you want to help him out. All right. San Marcos High School Orchestra is up next. A superior rating for the Honor String Quartet. You got to listen to the string quartet outside just a little bit ago. Let's give them a big round of applause for their performance. And then the Honor String Quartet also advanced to TSSEC on May 29th. That's the state level competition. Woo! And then under the direction of Mr. Balderrama, they also had performances at UIL. The Philharmonic Orchestra had a superior rating on stage and a excellent in sight reading.
Woo! All right.
Chamber Orchestra, who is coming up now to join, had a sweepstakes at their competition as well. And I say competition, but also evaluation. So sweepstakes performance. And then Mr. Balderrama is carrying the last of their trophies. The symphony orchestra joins not only the orchestra members, but also members of our high school band to create a grand symphony orchestra. And they combined for the first time in 6A and also got us sweepstakes. Woo! And then last but not least, The Little Mermaid, who y'all heard me talk about that quite a bit. Well, we recently heard that the Heller nominations have come out, and the orchestra that performed in the pit is up for one of the top 8 performances across the state of Texas. All right, thank you, orchestra. And now I bring up to you the last 2 groups, one at a time. We'll begin, first up will be Miller Dance. The Miller Dancing Diamonds Elite team is consisted of dedicated, strong leaders and compassionate young adults. These dancers have been working extremely hard this past year. Ms. Phillips, a first-year teacher with San Marcos CISD, is proud to get to teach these talented teachers and dancers every day. They competed in New Braunfels in February and received many awards. This is our first time to be able to recognize them. The team came out with first runner-up grand champions, first runner-up grand champion officer line. Let's congratulate these dancers and come out to support them at their last performance of the year, their annual spring show, which will happen April 26th and 28th at 6 p.m. in the Miller Competition Gym. All right, thank you, Miller dancers. And now our San Marcos High School dance, our Dazzlers. The Dazzlers dance team had a successful competition season, competing in 3 regional competitions. The Dazzlers officers won first place in every category they entered and were named grand champions of the JV division at all 3 contests. The Dazzler dance team was named JV grand champions at 2 regional competitions, beating several varsity level teams. And congratulations to our JV Dazzlers for a successful competition season under Ms. Michelle Knight. And the Diamond Line is our last group. The Diamond Line continued their winning streak, attending 3 regional competitions and 1 national level competition. Wow. The Diamond Line swept the first 2 competitions, winning first place in every category they entered, from solos to ensembles to officers and team. They received the highest honors at regional competitions, winning overall grand champions at both. They finished their season in typical Diamond Line fashion, sweeping yet again at the HTE Dance National Championship. Both officers and team were named national champions, and Diamond Line won the entire contest, stopping another team's 8-year winning streak. Right. Diamond Line also received Tops in Texas, an award for being the highest scoring team across all competitions amongst HTE all season long. Congrats to our reigning national champion, Diamond Line. Yeah. Thank you, Diamond Line.
You never say that to me.
Good job, y'all. Made us proud.
So, board members, thank you for standing that entire time, first of all. And secondly, thank you for all the support. As you can see, it is paying off. The students are working extremely hard. They're making all these things happen, and we appreciate everything that y'all have done to make that possible. Mr. Sanders, thank you for reigning over tonight's invitational and parade, and I'll turn it back over to you, sir.
We're very proud of the Fine Arts Department and all the people all the students you brought to us. I'm so happy with all of our results. Very proud of them.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I am. I'm very proud of them. Could make me cry. We're ready to go on with the rest of our agenda. I know it's already 7,
President Cantu.
but yes, Mr. Arredondo.
Yeah, before we proceed with the remaining portion of our agenda, because our legal counsel is here and because I think quite a few folks in the gallery are here for the school marshal program, I'm going to ask that we move up items 9 and 10 in order, as well as item 8A.
So we'll go into executive session and then come back and do the okay, 9 and 10 are executive session items. So that we will talk about the school marshal plan when we come back, because our legal counsel is on the clock.
And also out of respect for Chief Standridge, who's here, I believe, for the school marshal presentation.
President Cantu,
Yes.
I was under the impression that we were going to have a presentation on the school marshal program. It would make sense to me that we receive that presentation in public first, have a conversation in public if we need to, go into executive session if we need to, but I thought that we were going to have this item discussion in public.
Okay,
So-
then I'll withdraw my original request. We can do school marshal when we get back. But I would still like items 9 and 10 pulled up in order. At least items 9A,
So we'll go with
B,
8A.
C, and D.
8A first.
No, I'm requesting item 9,
You want 9.
yes, because Mr. Cruz is here.
Because there's several parents that are here about the Marshal program. What's the pleasure of the board?
I would prefer to have the Marshall program conversation first, because it's not agendized for our closed session. And so I would prefer to have that first.
We can't discuss the school marshal program in executive session, can we? It's not agendized,
No.
right?
It's not agendized for the executive session.
Right.
We're supposed to have a presentation. We could have the presentation so that the parents that are here, and then we can come back and take action on it after the executive session.
Okay, that works.
Can we do that?
Yeah.
So all the parents that were here with regard to the Marshall program, they would have the benefit of the presentation. So let's have the presentation, and we'll do the discussion for 8 when we come back from executive session. Thank you for working with us, Mr. Wozniak. And for your patience.
Good evening, President Cantu, members of the board, Mr. Sanders. As requested, we are here tonight to provide you with some more information on the school marshal program. I'm joined by Chief Standridge, and we also have Juan Cruz with us to answer any questions at the end. So we'll start with just a very brief slideshow. What is a school marshal? The key point in this slide is to look at number 3, has all the powers and authority of an officer during a life-threatening event. You appoint in closed session. They are a member of the school district, so they're an employee of SMCISD. And their identity is confidential, and yes, they carry a handgun concealed. So to be certified by TCOL, the applicant must pass the psychological examination, which is the same psychological examination that the police department has to pass. You must complete the TCOL training program. You must pass a written state exam, and you must have a current handgun license. So the Wiley ISD model, which is viewed by a lot of people across the state as best practice. When you talk to Texas School Safety Center and you want to get more information about the school marshal program, inevitably what they tell us is to go talk to Craig out of Wiley ISD. And their model consists of putting school marshals on elementary campuses, acting as operations. They also act as a safety officer for that campus. They get consistent, regular training, and they're at a point where it's so popular that they actually have a waiting list of law enforcement officers waiting to retire to get on their list to become school marshals. So the SMCISD model does not include arming teachers. It is an individual, possibly retired law enforcement or military, whose sole responsibility it is to protect elementary campuses as well as perform other duties as listed on the next slide. And those duties consist of being a trainer in multiple areas, including SRP, Citizens Response to Active Shooter events, Stop the Bleed, run our threat assessments, help with conducting staff development, be an incident commander on campus with smaller events, not large-scale events like a active event, but things like drills, those type of things. They would be skilled in writing emergency operations plan, oversee our drill management and threat assessments, and then again, helping to relieve the assistant principals of safety duties so they can focus on instruction. So for your consideration, the admin would like to mirror the Wiley model for strategic placement on elementary campuses. And again, protocols to approve all marshals individually in closed session. There'd be a comprehensive vetting and background check in partnership with SMPD. And there would be a training agreement in place with SMPD, Alert, and Diaz Martial Arts. And again, we've talked about this in the past, and we're very fortunate to be in an area that we have Alert in our backyard, and we have an individual like Eddie Diaz who actually consults with Alert and with SMPD. District administration and school board decide on things such as training. So we would have monthly training and range requirements on top of the agency offered training. There can be physical requirements and maintenance. In other words, you can put anything you want in the job description. You can say that they have to run a mile within a certain time. It's totally up to the board, any kind of requirements that you want to put in writing. And the next TCOL Marshal class is in July. This was just a survey that I had given you in the past, asking parents how they felt about school resource officers. Not necessarily the same thing, I understand, but if you look in your board book, we did do a staff survey last week, and you'll see the results in there. And we had a Q&A session with staff last week with me, all teachers, in a Zoom to answer any kind of questions. Chief Standridge?
Good evening, Stan Standards, Police Chief, City of San Marcos. You and I have spoken, but for the benefit of everybody in attendance today, I want to provide some background information and then provide some supporting information to what Doug provided. So I am in my 28th year of law enforcement after having served with the City of Abilene for 26 years. I retired from Abilene the last 11 as their police chief. And I have been with the City of San Marcos for now about 2 years, 5 months as their police chief. I can relate the Abilene experience for one fundamental reason. We have 2 independent school districts in Abilene. The Wiley Independent School District, not to be confused with the Wiley in the Metroplex. It's the Wiley Independent School District in Abilene, Texas. And then you have the Abilene Independent School District. Combined, they probably have about 25,000, 26,000 students. I offer that because both have remarkably successful and robust school marshal programs, of which I was developmental in getting it stood up. I also say that because one of the reasons that we put together this program in Abilene for both ISD campuses is Abilene is unique in the fact that it's spread out over 111 square miles. So geographically, Abilene is vast, although the heads on beds is probably about 125,000 population. So we did the numbers and realized that it would take an Abilene police officer about 9 minutes to arrive at some of the outlying campuses. 9 minutes is an eternity in the event of an active attack. The national response average for American law enforcement is 3 minutes to one of these events. That's actually phenomenal. But in Abilene, we were so geographically vast, we knew that it would take almost 9 minutes. So we had to look at what does different look like for us. So we began our program with both Abilene Wiley and the Abilene Independent School District. So why consider this for San Marcos? If you don't know, the city of San Marcos is about 44 square miles. So it's a little less than half of the city of Abilene. But as you all know, commuting in San Marcos is pure bliss. Traffic congestion, the wonderful Interstate 35 corridor, all of those provide remarkable complexities for commuting in our city. So we did a study in 2021, and we realized that it takes an average of 8.5 minutes to respond to any priority 1 call in this city. 8.5 minutes. So if you're at home and you report an in-progress call, it's occurring now, the suspect's on scene, I need help, I need 911 to do something. Our average commuting and arrival time is 8.5 minutes. So I want you to think about that. Are you, as a concerned parent, of which I am too, okay with an 8.5 minute response time? So you may be forced, like Doug and I, to contemplate what does different look like for the city of San Marcos. Now then, you may also not realize that during the traditional day hours when school campuses are open and staffed, there are 6 officers providing services for everybody in the city of San Marcos. 6. Now, your heads on beds population is probably about 68,000 people. But on a daily basis, another 63,000 people commute into this city to either attend university, to shop, to go to the river, etc. 63,000. So it's interesting, this population actually then matches the size of Abilene. Hence the driving complexities that we all have experienced every hour in this city. Remember, 8.5 minutes to respond to your campus. So I have heard parents and pastors argue that the correct antidote for this would be more school resource officers. You're 100% right. And if we had them, Doug and I would be here suggesting that's the very thing you need. You need more school resource officers. I'm here to tell you, you're not going to get them. Even if I had additional officers to give you, I wouldn't. Why? Our population in the last decade has grown 42%. 2010, 2022, San Marcos population has grown 42%. In the same years, the violent crime has grown 151%. Do the math. Our violent crime has now exceeded our population increase. And so our ratio per citizen, our rate of victimization is remarkably high in the city that we call home. So, even if I did not have actual vacancies and then functional vacancies, and I'll explain what that is in a minute, even if I had additional officers, even if city council said, hey, we're going to allocate another 6 officers, I would not provide them to the school district. Not because I'm callous. Trust me, my heart is for our most vulnerable. That includes our kids, that includes our geriatric population, that includes our homeless neighbors, all of them. I have a heart for them, or I wouldn't be in this policing profession. But what would I do? I would probably work to mitigate this sharp increase in violent crime. 151% increase in the last 10 years. Now, the news just continues to get worse. In the year 2010, if you look at the number of active attacks that occurred across the United States, they were just under the number of 30. By 2020, that number has now exceeded 60. So I heard testimony earlier during public comments that these things are literally happening every week. Correctly, they're actually happening more frequently than every week. So the city of San Marcos has a remarkable violent crime issue, and we have a ton of issues with firearms and the discharge thereof in this city, coupled with the fact that I average about an 18% delta difference between my authorized strength and what I have on any given day. So in other words, I'm missing about a fifth of my workforce on any given day. Why? We talked about actual vacancies. We talk about functional vacancies. I have people out on FMLA. I have people in the training pipeline. To hire a police officer, it's about a 20-month process. So you could say, well, we want to include an additional 3 or 6 SROs in our interlocal agreement. I've already told you, and I'm telling them, even if we had the additional officers, we would not assign them to campuses. Why? We need them in the field, responsive to 911, to mitigate this remarkable increase in violent crime. Secondly, even if we got those magical 6 vacancies filled, it's still 20 months away. That's how long the pipeline is to go from recruiting to actually hiring to training and being on their own, 20 months. So, what are we forced to contemplate? In my opinion, my professional opinion, it's the same thing that we looked at in Abilene. We need to consider what does different look like. Now, I heard a lot of testimony tonight, this evening, that we're going to arm teachers. If that talking point leaves this room, then you're not listening, or you intentionally want to sabotage this message. The goal is not to arm teachers. The goal is to arm select full-time employees who have undergone the psychological, who have undergone the additional training, who have undergone the monthly training, who I and he and the school board help select. These typically will be law enforcement retirees. I just talked to Abilene Wiley today. He said the majority of his are retirees. Now, he's also fortunate in the fact he has Dallas Air Force Base there, so he can hire military veterans. These will be full-time employees who are not providing educational curriculum on the campus as their primary duty. Instead, this would be a retired peace officer. I've already told Doug he cannot have any of my retirees. I don't want anybody retiring to come to work for you all. But theoretically, this would be retired peace officers and or veterans who undergo remarkable culling to be able to fill this position. I'm not going to go into the educational requirements or by the way, the psychological that they have to undergo. They have to do it every 2 years. This is a remarkably difficult position to obtain. In fact, there are only 299 school marshals currently in the state of Texas. 299 currently in the state of Texas, across 74 school districts. Now, we want anecdotal proof that this works. There has not yet been a single shooting at a campus with a school marshal. Now, do I offer that as a proof of efficacy? No, I don't. Why? Even schools that have school resource officers have been attacked. We have got to change our paradigm. A paradigm is how we perceive reality. Our paradigm is the presence of an armed officer or marshal is going to prevent the attack. Your paradigm is flawed. If you look at it historically, and you've seen this just recently across the news, national news, the paradigm must become the presence on the campus will ultimately mitigate the loss of life. That's where we have come. Now, I would love to tell you that we can prevent these, but if that were true, then why are we experiencing more than one every week across this nation? I would love to tell you that we need to funnel all of these dollars into the mental health system. I'd be the first person. Since I've been here, we've added a mental health clinician in our mental health unit. I'm a huge proponent of mental health. We don't have enough dollars to fix this system. So it has to be a buffet of options, of which the school marshal program is yet another option. Couple of quick things, then I'll finish. I'm going to submit to you, I'm going to list some duties. He listed several, I'm going to list several duties. I want you to think about your elementary campuses. And I'm going to be so bold as to predict that many of these duties are not currently being done on a consistent basis. But if you were to have a school marshal on the campus, this is what he or she would do. They would assist in the planning, tracking, and execution of mandatory drills. Not the ones he devises, but the ones that the state says you have to have. They would assist nurses with Stop the Bleed training. It's a Department of Homeland Security national program that many of you have heard about. Remember, the goal is to mitigate the loss of life. They would conduct audits and reviews of facilities and security protocols. They would check exterior doors on a weekly basis and complete work orders as necessary. How important was the work order at Robb Elementary? We're all sensitive to that. How many malfunctioning doors do you already have on all of your campuses? Do we even know? Is this being done on a weekly basis? They would serve as a point of contact for all safety and security matters at their assigned campus. If there's no one accountable, then there is no responsibility. We have got to change that paradigm and recognize that unless we assign ownership, then we have a level of accountability. Because if a crisis does happen in this district, y'all are going to look at me and you're going to try to place blame on me, and I'm going to look at you all and say, this is a societal issue. I'm forcing us to think, what does different look like? You want SROs? So do I. I can't give them to you. I've already provided very compelling information why. We've also dispelled the myth that we're going to arm teachers. Myth. Let's bust that myth. School marshals are so much more than just hired guns. They are safety and security specialists. They will literally become specialized in my industry. And in Abilene and in San Marcos, my promise to you all and to the School Board of Trustees is when you hire them, and ideally I would like that to be a we hiring selection process, we will bring them under our wings. We will put them through some of the mandatory training that we also go through. We will provide access to our range for them to qualify. We will actually provide the range instructors to assess whether or not they qualify, to assess whether or not they can use those weapons. More importantly, we're going to assess whether or not they have the correct holsters and whether or not they're actually concealed or not. We have skin in this game. So what I'm telling you as your chief of police is, I want to partner with you. I do not think this program is a maverick program. As evidenced by 74 districts across Texas already doing this with 299 certified school marshals. In fact, this program is in such high demand that TCL, Texas Commission on Law Enforcement, the licensing and regulatory committee for us, is having a hard time hosting enough classes to certify school marshals. So at a time when my profession is bleeding positions, I think we've got to consider the alternative. I would enjoin upon you not to consider the Guardian program. I do not think the Guardian program is robust enough for your insurance requirements or for my requirements. The school marshal program is. And I say that because I'm invested. I was part of the original committee that developed the curriculum, and I was part of the original group that certified the very first school marshals in the state of Texas. It's a good program. With that, I would ask if there's any questions for Doug.
Good job. Good job. Board, Dr. Salmi?
Sure, I'll get started. So I appreciate your presentation. I appreciate the effort y'all have both put into presenting us with the evidence and the data that you have, particularly the evidence, right? We require all of our teachers and all of our programs to have data-driven practices that they present data to us on every time they present to us. And so that's really important, right? And so I think I want to ask some clarifying questions, maybe of Chief Standish, maybe of Mr. Sorry. Wozniak. Thank you, Mr. Wozniak. So one of them, and perhaps of legal counsel. So one of them is, should we approve a Marshal program today with the 7 people on this dais and the superintendent we have in place? What would be necessary to change that program when a future board is elected or a future superintendent is here? Would that require another public vote specifically?
Yes. So at any time, if, for example, a month from now, y'all have a change of heart, you put it on the agenda to rescind the school marshal program, and it just goes away. So at any time that in next month, if you have a change of heart, you feel that it's not necessary, you just discontinue it. And I want to be clear about this as well, because you got a memo from me that talks about a laundry list, 15 things to consider and things to do, in addition to 4 board policies that you would have to enact. Today's vote is not for sure the school marshal program is going to move forward. You have a lot of details to work out before you get to actually introducing a school marshal program. I guess today's vote is basically, are there enough people on this board today that want to move forward with it? And if you do, then obviously they need to do the work about the policies and the regulations and the details that are necessary for this to go forward.
Thank you. I guess there's sort of an unclear part of my question. If we approve the school marshal program and we enact it as presented with this kind of program, could that be changed to be something else in the future without public information being provided?
Yes.
It could be. So we say we're going to do the program that Chief Standish has presented to us that has all of these kinds of guide rails around it. In a few years, when there's a different board or a different superintendent, that could be changed.
Right.
And there would be no requirement to notify the public of those changes.
There's no public hearing requirement, but that's not advisable. In fact, what we recommended is that if you're going to do a program like this, that you invite your public, you have community input, and the bills that are right now in place or filed about school marshal programs do not require any type of public hearing or public input prior to it. As you know, though, board agendas are posted 72 hours in advance, so that's the way the public knows about whether or not they want to come to public comment, just like they did tonight, and talk about whether they're for or against the program.
But once approved, the program is in place unless it's redacted, and it can be changed without further public input.
Correct.
Thank you. Do you want me to keep going, or should we let someone else?
Oh, you have other questions?
I do. Okay. So is it possible to implement a school marshal program without providing concealed weapons on our campuses? Because all of these all of these list of activities that don't involve having a concealed weapon seem very valuable.
That would be possible only in the sense that you would just call it something totally different. But
Okay.
you can't call it under the umbrella and the TCO licensing and all the things that we mentioned.
Okay. So,
Can I add something to that?
sure.
The reason is because if you promulgate policies as a school board of trustees that you're going to have a school marshal program, a school marshal is a licensed peace officer in law, and it's
Yes.
codified in the Code of Criminal Procedure. That's why you couldn't say, I have a school marshal program, but I don't technically have marshals. That's why.
Yeah, and to that end, I tried to find information about the number of hours of required training to become a licensed peace officer. So the Austin Police Academy has an 8-month training program upon which, graduating from this, you're placed in a 12-week field training program. So the TCAL requirements for school marshal program is 80 hours of training and some firearm practice, I believe, but significantly less than the 8 months of training. Is that correct? I know that it differs by precinct and location across the state of Texas. I think that's why that information is so hard to find for the state of Texas, but it's something around 8 months to even consider becoming a licensed peace officer. Is that correct?
Yes, and I would echo your latent concern if we were not looking at hiring retired law enforcement and or military veterans who have received much more training than simply the 80 hours.
And
Remember, we're not looking for the average Joe citizen off the streets to put in 80 hours of training, give a gun, and send to campus. That's not who we're looking to arm.
I understand, right now. But that could change without the public being notified, as we just heard from our legal counsel.
And legal counsel said, but he would not recommend that.
Understood. Okay. You've also described the school marshal program that you worked with in Wiley as successful, and I'd like to understand what the metric of success is there when you describe it as successful. When I was researching school marshal programs, yes, I found that 64 districts have adopted it in the 10 years that the state legislature has been promoting it. That is 0.5% of school districts in Texas in 10 years that have adopted this program. So it is not a significant number. Sorry, I shouldn't say that because I haven't done any statistical analysis. It is not a large number of school districts, and I would venture to guess, without the statistical analysis, that it is not a statistically significant number of school districts that have adopted this program in the 10 years that it has been promoted by the state of Texas. And I think that there are reasons for that, and I think those reasons have to do with what we have heard from our constituents on the board. So my question for you then is, what is success for a program in which there are no records of school resource officers being called to be involved in an incident? I can't find any record of any of these school resource officers, these almost 300 people, being involved in a safety incident. Perhaps it's just not documented, but I would think that the state of Texas, who's been promoting this program pretty extensively for 10 years, would have that record and would want us to hear it if it occurred. So what does success look like?
So I don't believe it's intentional, but several times you overlapped school marshal with school resource officers.
You're right, I apologize.
Yeah.
So
Let's
I'm
be sure to
specifically
keep those
talking to the, and
bifurcated.
absolutely, I fully support our school resource officer,
Okay.
to be clear. I think that that's a program that we have strong evidence our community supports across the board.
Thank you.
And my response to that is you're asking me to prove a negative. And we've had this conversation. You're asking me to prove a negative. What I have simply said is, if you want to look at the evidence, look at the evidence of what is not there. There hasn't been an attack at a campus with a present school marshal in the state of Texas since the inception of this program, 2011 or 13.
Right, but no school marshal has been involved in a safety incident either. And so what does success mean for the school marshal program?
Well, it's as simple as this. We have no Texas dead children on our campuses. I would consider that a success.
But you said the Wiley program is successful, right? Because there haven't been any school shootings in Wiley while it's been
Because
enacted?
there is an armed presence on all of their campuses, and they have not experienced the loss of life. I
Have
would
any
say
of the
that is
school resource
success.
officers in those programs been involved in any safety incidents?
Repeat your question, ma'am?
Have any, sorry, not school resource officers, school marshals, that's the problem we're having. Any school marshals been involved in any calls for safety incidents in the time that they've been in these schools, to your knowledge?
Oh, probably every week they're involved. Yes.
Okay.
But to what level? I mean, we are asking that they be a part, the integral part of the district's school safety team for that campus. That includes the behavioral threat assessments. They're going to be incredibly busy. Everybody has this misnomer that a school marshal is just going to be walking around endlessly in the hallways. The school marshal is going to be one of your most busy full-time employees on that campus because they're responsible for the safety of that campus while those students and staff are there.
Understood. And that's where my first question came from, that could we have a program where those activities are being performed by a designated person with that responsibility that does not involve a concealed weapon on our campus?
And I
It wouldn't be called a
asked
school
and
marshal
answered.
program, but it certainly
Right.
sounds like we could do it.
asked and answered. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Ms. Halsey?
Ms. Cantu, thank you. I just wanted to point out for people who are paying attention to this conversation that, in fact, in the school district, we have hired many more counselors throughout our districts, and including social emotional counselors and a director of social emotional learning for the first time in the history of San Marcos. It's happened here. And we've also hired additional social workers. We have brought on wraparound services through communities and schools. We are working diligently every day, I think everybody at every level, to ensure that we are doing what we can to best meet our students' social and emotional well-being, and as complicated and as difficult as that is. So I didn't want that to be slid over. I also want to make note that the school board has authorized the hiring of 3 additional SROs at this time. We've authorized an additional one for each of the middle schools and then one for the elementary schools. So we have tried a variety of means to achieve the security levels that we want for our community and our students. So I just had one question, or two questions, I think, that are for Mr. Cruz. I understand that there aren't SROs available to designate to the campuses. I'm just saying we've tried, like we are actively trying. Mr. Cruz, if we did a 3-year pilot program on the Marshal program, could we, it was mentioned that there's a lot of discretion that the board has in implementing this. Could the board pass a policy that stipulated the levels of oversight, of vetting, of experience, of qualifications that we would come to an agreement on, and we stipulated that in the policy? Could we also stipulate in the policy that if anything in the plan that we were approving was to be changed, it had to go through a vetting process of the board? I understood you to say we wouldn't have to reauthorize such a program every year, that we have the discretion to create that program and that policy. Couldn't we then write into the policy that in order to make changes of X, Y, and Z nature, or whatever we decided, that it would have to go through the full board again for a public vote, for a public hearing? Don't we have the ability to write that in?
Kind of very similar, Ms. Halsey, to the student code of conduct, right?
Right.
That you approve it, and if you're gonna make any changes, or administration wants to make any changes, then it has to come back to the board for review, for approval. You can put that in your policy, your regulations that you adopt, that, maybe to Dr. Salmi's point, add a public hearing component to it prior to any changes being made.
And we could stipulate therein the experience that we wanted qualified candidates to have, the levels of training, the ongoing training, the weekly training, the job duties therein, right?
Yep,
Okay.
absolutely.
And then I guess my last question is for Chief Standridge. Thank you. I'm sorry. I appreciate you being here tonight to make these comments to our community, because I think this is a very serious undertaking that we're considering, and I think we need to be as transparent as we can be and explain to people what we are considering and what we're not considering and why we're considering it. Can you talk to me just a little bit about the TCOL training that would be specific to a school marshal? What does it look like?
Oh, actually, so we developed the curriculum back in 2011, and so I'm not going to hazard a guess. I'll call upon my expert, Doug, to talk about the curriculum. I will tell you that everybody thinks that it's strictly related to the use of force and the application thereof. It's so much more thorough than that. Plus, keep in mind, the initial 80-hour licensure course is yet just it's the visible portion of the iceberg compared to what these marshals would receive through their continued in-service education. And everybody understands that clearly. Your licensure course is just a small portion of what these marshals would be exposed to in the course of their tenure. Doug?
So some of it does obviously revolve around legal requirements, what you can do, what you can't do on a campus, but a lot of it is geared towards school-based law enforcement, so SBLE. So as you know, we've got a handful of SRO officers, including myself, that went through the whole series of SBLE classes, which is 30, 30, 30, 30, all the way up through advanced. And that's 120 hours, and what it is, it's that, and we've talked about this in open session, right? The change in the SBLE model, where we've gone from more of a punitive approach with SRO officers to more of a counseling type of mentoring type of system. So a lot of that curriculum that you find in the TCOL is directly related to that SBLE. And we should add too that any marshal that would be hired by us would also go through that same training as our SRO officers go through, so they would also be put through that 120 hours of school-based law enforcement.
So the SROs do the 120 hours on top of being a law enforcement agent initially?
Yes.
And so what we would be looking for in candidates is somebody who had the peace officer training to begin with, and then was willing to do the 120 hours of TCOL training on top of that, which is essentially the same. I just want to make sure that I'm clear, that I'm
Yes,
saying
and
that correctly. That is the same training that our SROs go through.
Exactly, and it doesn't, it can't, logistically, it's almost impossible to get it all at one time. A lot of times what it is, it's 30 hours that first summer, or maybe a 30 and a 30, and then the following summer it might be another 30 and a 30. I think I did it in 3 years. We did have, there are that unusual few that do 120 hours in one summer. So that would be a requirement that we would either put in writing, or that'd be in the job description, that they would complete the same level of courses all the way up through advanced that our school resource officers do, because it gives you a different insight. It's not, as Chief will tell you, it's not, it's not street patrolling. It's specific to kids and what certain things that we all familiar with certain words, right? That the acronyms that we use in dealing with special ed students and dealing with even, they even go into standard response protocol and those kind of things that we deal with on a weekly basis that somebody off the street would have no idea, some of the terms that we use. They go through all of those kind of things.
Okay, and so I've spoken to a lot of people about this over the last few weeks, and one of the concerns was whether or not if we implemented a school marshal program, would the school marshal have disciplinary responsibilities on campuses? And my answer was that my impression was no, that they would be much like the SROs. So the SROs, maybe we did in the past, but we no longer ask SROs
Correct.
to go in to do classroom management.
Correct.
Or to go in and all the routine disciplinary issues on a campus. We do not charge our SROs with that.
Yeah,
found
I
that
would
to
not
be good
recommend that.
practice,
That would
and we
still fall
not-
under the administration.
Right.
And again, remember, this is a school district employee under the supervision of that principal. And so they will be doing car duty and lunch duty and all those kind of things that help out that campus.
That's what I wanted to know. Thank you. Thank you both.
Mr. Shanks?
So I've heard some concern about a school employee carrying concealed weapon and that there's other alternatives. Some of those other alternatives, I think, are even worse, turning our schools into what could, in theory, be considered a minimum security prison, putting fences around all the schoolyards with concertina wire, metal detectors at the doors. So those are some of the extremes that are out there already in school districts, and I actually prefer the school marshal program to making this, minimum security prison. I think that's a worse experience for our kids than the school marshal. And I know you're looking at me like I'm crazy, but it's out there. And I've heard people comment, let's put fences around. Let's put metal detectors in our schools. And that's exactly what you're creating. So.
Dr. Salmi?
Thank you. Just a couple more questions and comments. So the success criteria for judging the Marshal program so far is that children haven't died on those campuses. We have met that success criteria we haven't had any of these incidents result in San Marcos, so we are there, right? And to my knowledge, this isn't coming up right now because of specific threats or incidents to our campuses. So I know that there is an increase in violence. We've also been given some data that some of the success on our campuses is reduced violent interactions and things like that. And so making generalized statements about the state of San Marcos versus schools in San Marcos is problematic for me. And I was wondering if Chief Sandrich had any data regarding the response time for school incidents rather than the overall response time in the city of San Marcos, because schools are located in slightly different areas and calls generally happen in different hours. So would you imagine that it is also 8.5 minutes? Do you have any data to support that?
So please know that the 8.5 minutes is indiscriminate. In other words, the nature of the 911 call places it as an in-progress call where the offender is likely still on property, and it necessitates an immediate dispatch with immediate response. And the average still remains 8.5 minutes. Now, when we say average, we have to recognize that means there are some statistical outliers on this end, and that means there are some on this end. I would love to tell you that the campuses would automatically trigger an officer dropping whatever call they're on, regardless, to go to the campus. But I also can't give that prediction. There's no way I'm going to box myself into that corner, because it completely depends on what they are dealing with right then.
Understood. I was asking for the historical data because we have had emergency responses in the 10 years that my kids have been in San Marcos CISD. So I was asking about those specific incidences if you'd had cut out that data set and looked at it uniquely.
I did not cut out that data set.
Okay.
take a while to cull that.
Understood.
Yeah.
Thank
But we
you.
could, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I don't have any questions. I know, we're not agendized to take action on this yet. There is an opportunity to do that later in this meeting. I just want to share with my colleagues or remind my colleagues and those in the gallery that I believe this is the 4th time we've received this presentation, and it's been more than a year since we allocated funds to the City of San Marcos through our SRO agreement for additional SROs. And Chief Standridge has time and time again told us in open session what he's told us in closed session, which is they're not coming. And we've said, well, again, can we give you more money? Can we expedite the hiring process, the training process? And he has said time and time again, it's just not happening. And after sitting on this board for 7 years, after seeing bond elections that fortify and secure our schools and advancements in technology, I find myself in a position that I never thought I personally would be in. And it's advocating on behalf of this program, hearing all of the concerns from the community that we've had. At the end of the day, it's school safety, and what are we doing to protect the children and the faculty and staff in our schools? And I think it's been made abundantly clear this evening that if we vote in favor of this program, school marshals don't show up tomorrow. We don't expend $500,000 tomorrow. It is a protracted process. It involves intense school board oversight and the policies and the way in which we would operate this, which quite frankly, the only reason why I'm in favor of this program this evening is because my colleagues who are going to have this conversation long after I'm gone are going to decide what that program looks like, the training that those employees receive, and it is the only guarantee we have to have security measures in place when the City of San Marcos has clearly indicated that it's not a financial issue for them to provide SROs. It's just impossible. So I understand that there was some organizing done this evening. I received calls coming up to this meeting about potential letters to the editor and people speaking during public comment period. And I can tell you that there have been several issues that have come before this board that we've seen dozens, if not hundreds of community members come to express their concerns. Personally, having lived the experience of at one point in time advocating the removal of SROs from our schools, and hearing the significant community concerns related to that proposal, again, I think it is in alignment with our community's values to do whatever we can to protect our schools and our most precious resource, which is our children. So,
I thank you for your comments, and we took this time to give the report ahead of the item on the agenda, so that those people that had been here today, if they wanted to hear about the program, because some people were misunderstanding and thinking we were going to arm teachers, that's why I asked that we go ahead and have this report, because we need to move on to our closed session, unless you have one more thing to say.
Yes, Madam President, I just want to really quickly, again, most of you do not know me. I have a servant's heart. I'm hugely collaborative. I'm a relational innovator and a hypothetical analyzer according to all of those crazy psychological assessments. I am all about us. So I really appreciate your comments. You said much more eloquently than I could. I want to do this. I can't do this. It's not a desire issue. It's just a practical issue. So just please hear that. No more heart for this school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Standridge.
It was a good report, and we appreciate that. We're not taking up the item at this point. We're ready to go into executive session. But those parents that were here to say their concern, express their concern, I wanted them to hear the report that we had heard already before. So we're going to go into closed session as authorized by Section 551.074 of the Texas Education Code. Discuss administrator contracts, renewals and extensions, discuss teacher and other professional personnel contract renewals, discussion regarding the superintendent's contract, and discussion regarding stipends. So we're going into executive session at 7:50. Thank you. where we left the reports. We're going to have a discussion on the charge of the redistricting committee.
Yeah, I believe I requested this, and
You requested that item.
a while ago. So I think I wanted to just make sure we all understood, because when we discussed this previously, when one of the other redistricting committee members was here, we gave them a lot of ideas, and so I wanted to make sure we were clear and the committee was clear on what we are asking of them. Right? And I don't know that that ever came to any kind of a written summary or resolution of what we are asking for the committee, right? And so, perhaps I just want to understand what charge they have been given.
Could we look to Ed Rios's report?
Wonderful.
Where he can talk about what they understand their charge to be
That's
and
what I
what
want.
their first meeting was like.
That's what I want.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Rios. Take it away.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you, Board Trustees, Mr. Sanders. Good evening. So I'll go through, this has an update. Hopefully you should have these slides available to you. So you should have those hopefully in your packet or have access to those soon. Let's see. If I can.
Anybody?
There you go. All right, so just to give you a quick update, the committee met virtually. We met on March 29th at 6:30 p.m. There's the attendance. These folks were online for that meeting. The purpose of this meeting was really our first get-together with this new iteration of this committee. It was really, we asked for nominations for a committee chair, and I got nominated and voted in. We also wanted to get a vice chair, but we didn't have anybody jump to that one just yet, so I think that might be filled at a later date. We did talk about the meeting cadence and set up all the following meetings, which I'll share with you shortly. And we also talked about the process of what we were going to be doing in order to get to this proposal that we want to present to you. We're going to be using the software that the attorney, Roland Rios, has. He has helped us in the past. He helped us with the first iteration of this committee, which was to bring our 5-2 structure into compliance. And that was done with the previous iteration. We'll be using the same software. This time the goal is to get a proposed 7-0 district that we can present that meets the criteria also for compliance. We presented a 7-0 at the end of that first iteration, but it was really just kind of thrown together just to show what 7-0 could possibly be look like. We're going to start from that, and it's really easy with the software to kind of go through and quickly move things around, and you could see, because of the population densities street by street, what the impacts are to those demographics as we go through that. So that's really, it was a really short meeting. It was 47 minutes. We did record it. We have a team site that we're keeping all of our files, our notes, everything on there that we will share with the district, so that if they want to post those in the district area, that they can do that. But we will have our working area that we'll be using during this process. So we talked about objectives. And so really, each committee member was selected by each of you to participate in this committee. They all bring unique expertise and experience, and so we're going to leverage that during this process. The regulatory requirement that we have is that the single-member districts must adhere to the demographic requirements as required by law for a compliant school district. There's a goal that we want to do, that as a committee we want to kind of time-bound the efforts of this committee, and we want to have a draft 7-0 map by the August 23rd redistricting committee meeting, and I'll show you the meetings on the next slide, and then really finalize that a couple of meetings later so that really by October 25th, the 7-member district can turn this draft proposal, or this proposal from the committee over to this board for review and further discussion. And then, of course, the committee would be available for any types of presentations. As you know, doing a change of this type does require a lot of public input and presentation. So, looking at everything realistically, if anything were ever to be adopted or changed, nothing would really probably take effect until next May, just because of the timelines and the things that have to happen from a public forum perspective to make sure that that you meet the requirements for that. So with that, these are the committee members selected by each of you that are participating in the committee. The additional person on there, of course, is the attorney, Rolando Rios. One of the other things that we are also striving for as a committee is, as we're going through this, and this is the challenge of this, but this software really helps out, is trying to, make sure that we keep neighborhoods together. And that's really something that we're really going to be striving for. But the closer you are into the higher population densities, when you move over a street, it throws a lot of stuff out of whack. So that's why these first few meetings as we go through here, these first few meetings that we're doing virtually, it's a lot of this moving stuff over, looking at this, moving stuff over, looking at this, because you can move one street over and it totally takes up everything that some of our whole large rural areas has and throws that district out of whack. So so it's a lot of tedious work, just kind of pushing these things over, moving these things over. But the goal that we have is really to try and keep neighborhoods intact as much as possible, as much as the density will allow. These are our meetings. We have the next couple of meetings virtual. Our next meeting is April 26th. Like I said, those will all be recorded and be available for the district to do. Then we're going to have a couple of hybrid meetings. We think as we're getting closer to narrowing down, really being able to see this presented on a big screen and being able for everybody to kind of really look at it and bring their input to it is going to be good. And then really the last few meetings when we're finalizing the draft, we want those in person because that really, you can really get that input from everybody on the committee. Like I said, the goal is if not sooner, the goal is by October we should be finished with this process and have something to propose. So does this meet some of the criteria of what you were looking for with respect to objectives of the committee?
I appreciate it very much, and it does. There's only one thing that that I brought up previously, which is that I wanted to make sure that the existing boundaries and residences of the existing, my wish is that the boundaries and residence of the existing board members not be a factor in the distribution of 7-0.
Okay, thank you.
I do want to say one thing that was brought up by Mr. McLaughlin, one of the board members, one of the committee members, was that they were asking, since we have current representatives appointed by this board, if the board changes, would the new person coming in be able to name someone, or how does the board feel about keeping the same ones even after the new, new members are seated, members are seated?
Ms. Cantu, I would propose that we just expand this panel and invite these participants to continue to participate. Add additional representation for if at least 2 new board members that we're going to have.
Okay.
That's my proposal.
I'd prefer to keep it 1-to-1 and appoint new people if there's new people that are elected. And I'd also, I think that when Mr. McLaughlin presented to us back in January or February, whatever time it was, I'd had a number of things that I had wanted to see happen, and he pointed out that he felt like it was best for the committee to make recommendations based on the demographics and present them, and for the board then to work out the political aspects of that. And I think that he was correct in that. And so I would like to see certainly a version where current school board members' residences are not considered, but I would also like to see a version where it keeps the board after May 6th, those residences, so that those people are in a district. I'd like to see both, and then I think it's the board to hash out what works best.
We can attempt to do whatever types of version. We're working for you guys.
Right.
So we can attempt to do whatever versions you would like to see, but I think there is a precedent that was discussed, and I think the legal folks had discussed it before, where if, the districts change and somebody is in office and maybe two people are in the same district, that they would continue out their term, and then the new change would go into effect at the next time that either of those people are elected. So, I mean, yeah, we can make different versions and
I
stuff.
understand that, but even that would still require then at the next time if somebody wanted to run them to sell their house and move someplace else, right? Like there's something in that. So I think that, again, like I would just like to see multiple versions and let the board figure out what we decide is the best option.
Yeah, like I said, it really comes down to population densities, and if different people all live really close together, then things may look a little bit crazy. But we can definitely work to do that, definitely.
So, any other questions for him? So we can move on. Thank you very much for
I guess there is
staying.
one clarifying question. How do we determine what will happen with the makeup of the board for their next meeting? Because we have two
What
options.
I thought, this current
A panel,
board
sorry.
has made these recommendations. When we have a new board member or multiple board members, we can ask them if they're okay with these people, or do they feel obligated to replace them or just add them?
I think that's what we did with Mr. Shanks whenever he was elected. We had the option of assigning or keeping our person the same.
Right. I was lucky though, Kathy's quit or resigned, stepped down, so I had to fill it.
But it didn't change your district at all, right?
No, as far as.
Okay.
Just the person that was appointed to the
I could
committee.
go either
correct.
way. I mean, either we can add and have more people there, or we can replace, whatever the group decides. But I think that we need to get input from whoever comes on the board as well.
Okay. So we're postponing that decision.
Pardon me?
So we'll postpone that decision until we
Yes,
have the new
that-
board. Okay.
Yeah.
Understood.
We'll, until we see if there's new board members, if they're okay with keeping these.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay.
And just one last question. If you'd like, I can prepare something as we're working through this each month and kind of present what we're looking at, if that's something that you
Make
want.
like a little summary.
Yeah, just something, just really
So
quick.
that would bring, if we had any new people, that it would bring them up to date.
Yep.
I
we can do
appreciate you doing that.
that. Okay.
Is everybody okay with that?
Thank you for your dedication and attendance on these.
No problem.
Thank you for waiting
Attention
for
on
us. I
these.
know you're tired.
No, that's all right. Thank you, guys.
We appreciate you, Ed. The next item is the report on the trustee continuing education hours from April 22 to the present as required by board policy and TASB. And so it is my responsibility to call out the names of the board members with the number of hours and if they're compliant. And I guess these are in alphabetical order. Miguel Arredondo, 16 hours, compliant. Clem Cantu, 21 and a half hours, compliant. Ann Halsey, 11 hours, compliant. Myra Mejia, 6 hours, compliant. Mary Salmi, 4 hours, deficient. Brian Shanks, 10 and a quarter, compliant. Margie Villapando, 25 and a half, compliant. I just had that obligation to read that to everybody. So the next item, let me go back to my agenda. Board legal expenses. Everybody has a copy of it. I don't think I'm supposed to read out how much each person spent, but they're there for y'all to look at. Huh?
We're gonna save money with Miguel even.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
all we're thinking of it.
Okay, so in my defense, now that everyone feels a bit comfortable later at night after the sun has gone down, when you look at every financial legal expense I've incurred, it's always been on the behalf of our students, employees, and teachers. So, money well spent.
All for the greater good.
Exactly.
Okay. Discussion of implementing school board updates to SMCISD staff and parents after each regular board meeting. Dr. Salmi, you sent out an example of one, which I thought was really done well.
Indeed.
I think
It is
Ms. Halsey had a question as to discussing what staff we would be working with, because if we're going to have to give a little talk on tonight's board meeting, I would expect to get a little bit of help from our PR person. Look right at you, Andrew. I mean, did you have something you wanted to say, anybody?
No, I just didn't want this to get dropped because when we discussed it at the previous meeting, I was under the impression this wouldn't require a vote to do. I think I'm still under that impression, and I was asked to provide an example of what I was looking for, and so that's what I've done.
But first, we have discussion, and so if we want to call for a vote, it's under reports and information items, and so I thought we were going to discuss it.
Yeah, understood. I don't think we need to vote, is what I'm saying.
I'm sorry?
I don't think we need to vote,
No,
is what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think we need a vote. Mr. Arredondo?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cantu. I look forward to seeing where this goes. Obviously, I will not be here whenever this is enacted. I did see the example that Dr. Salmi shared. I guess my comment, my concern that I'm going to share with y'all is if we report the votes of this school board without the breakdown of who voted for what or the discussion that led to that, it is in my opinion that it's, quite frankly, propaganda. When we voted to call a bond, it was not unanimous. Is it the intent of this dais to pretend that things are unanimous for the sake of PR when we do these like school board recaps, when we talk about salary and benefit increases that seldom are unanimous, that have lengthy debate and dialogue? Are these videos going to share that it passed 4-3, or that it was debated for 2.5 hours, or that a raise for staff is resulting in a projected deficit? And so my comment is that, you know, if this moves forward, then you be as true to the intent, which is educating the community, which includes the discussion and dialogue that went with it, the proposed effects of that decision, and not just the PR around what this school board does. Because it's very easy as...
The example we had did not have vote numbers. It just was saying about what was passed, what was discussed.
Yes, it was-
moved
And so if something passes 4-3, or if it results in a multi-million-dollar deficit, if the intent is to educate the community on what this school board is doing, then it would be my opinion that you would share that. But if it's just to propagandize the things that we do up here and say, the school board voted for a raise, or the school board approved an $89 million budget, but not share that that $89 million budget has a $12 million projected deficit, hypothetically, then are we truly educating the voters, the community, staff, students, if we don't share the full story? So that's my comment, is if you do this, share the full story, and if you don't, is the intent really to educate the community?
Madam President, the full story is available in a video that is online every time we do a meeting. So I would argue that there is no propaganda when, in the same format, video, one can look at the meetings that we have, which are referenced by my colleague many times when he asks us to go back and look at the tape. So people can go back and look at the tape. The intent of this was not by any means nefarious, nor was it to politicize the school board. It was to provide cohesion and information and transparency to our students, staff and parents in a way that we have not as a district or as an as a board, but we've requested of our administration. So that is the intent, I think, to suggest that it's propaganda, to give the facts of the board meeting, which are in fact the results of votes, is propaganda in some way, is I think a little bit misleading and politicizing of school board, which I believe is not intended to be a politicized office in the state of Texas when you read through the history and implementation of it.
And I think our board operating procedure says when an item passes, we all have to support it. You're not supposed to go around saying, well, I didn't vote for it, so I don't support that. I think our operating procedures tells us if you didn't get your way, you don't throw a tantrum and point out who didn't vote that way. You accept it as the will of the board because it was a majority.
Yes, and because a cohesive board provides for a cohesive and supported school district. Yeah, I believe that's the intent as well.
And that's something we all have to be cautious about, not to say, well, so-and-so didn't vote for it. Well, we have to be cautious to be a unified board and look out for each other so that we come across as a positive governing board. I mean,
I agree completely.
we don't want to come across as bickering. It wasn't unanimous. The rest that didn't vote for it need to support it as well because it was the majority of the board. Did you have your hand
I
up,
think
Ms.
Mr. Shanks
Okay,
was next.
Mr. Shanks?
I'd just like to say if we're going to do this and the intent is for the public, we need to make sure it's bilingual.
Bilingual?
Yes.
Good thought.
Otherwise, we're missing out on
That's
what,
wonderful.
74% of
That's a very good point.
our population.
So Mr. Fernandez is going to give us all Spanish
And I
lessons.
charge for appearances.
Ms. Halsey?
I agree with Mr. Shanks. My recommendation would be that even though we don't require a vote on this according to legal, that we are going to be having at least 2 new trustees starting next month, and that in alone will really require us to do a review of our standard operating procedure. And I would suggest that we take this up at that time, that we have a special June meeting where we review the standard operating procedure with the full board and look to figure out what changes we need, and that this, if we decide to move forward with it, be incorporated in the standard operating procedure, and that we would ask administration in preparation for that to develop a staffing plan that could accommodate that if we moved forward, and what that would look like, the time commitment both from staff, how it would be scheduled with the board, whether it would require to be scheduled during, like tonight's Monday, does somebody need to show up at central office at 8 o'clock on Tuesday? I mean, I think those are things that we really need to have planned down in advance so that we can do it consistently. And also, if we're going to make sure that the message is bilingual, which I think is a terrific idea, some of us are not bilingual, and so we'll need to make accommodations for how we are able to provide that message. So I think there's a lot. I think it's a great idea. I think there's just a lot of logistics to work out. So I'd say that we should do it in June in that capacity.
I appreciate that suggestion.
Ms. Villapando?
I have several concerns, but my main concern was, okay, so we have to film, so we have staff that's gonna have to do that, right? Okay, so we're taking up their time. So one of my main concerns was the cost. I like the idea that if we are going to do that, that there will be bilingual, someone. And you know, I would like staff to take part in translating, at least, because we have real good professionals in our school district, I think. My bilingual might be slang, I don't know. I may not be here anyway to have to get this done. But nevertheless, I've seen the clip that someone, was it Ann or Ann?
Mary.
Or Mary. Okay, that was very good. I've also seen clips of our some superintendents who are out there and promoting maybe their school district and thing, and I thought, wow, they have really got got things down, and I really appreciated what they had to say. Mainly has to do, the superintendents mainly have to do about getting the information out about what is good for our schools and what is not, according to what's going on up in Austin. But mainly, since we already have a couple of PR people, why not use them to get the information about what the board did? I don't exactly know why the board has to do that, and I think I voiced my concern last time about that. So I think you have some people that still need to talk, so.
Ms. Mejia?
So I just want to add that I think this is a great idea if it is executed properly in a timely manner. So we're talking about, I heard June, right? Or July. I feel like that's rushed. Mr. Shanks mentioned in our last meeting about resources, equipment. Do we have all of that available? So that's something that we're, the board or maybe even Dr. Cardona needs to sit down with Mr. Fernandez's team and discuss what equipment is available and what needs to be purchased. Do we even have the budget? What is our budget for this? Because what about bilingual translators, like who can write our scripts? What about video transcription services? So those are things that, maybe y'all haven't thought about, but those are so important in the long run. And also Mr. Fernandez's, team schedules, like does it allow for something like this to happen every single month? Because I assume this is going to be a consistent project moving forward. So I would recommend to consider starting this in the fall semester for the new academic year and properly execute something that could be a really great thing for our district staff and parents.
Anyone else? Mr. Redondo?
Yeah, Ms. Cantu, I just want to echo the comments made by Trustee Mejia. I agree overwhelmingly with her perspective on this issue. I think in addition to that, there needs to be a robust policy around this program, the frequency in which board members were to present. Do I think it would happen with any of my colleagues currently here? No, but I think there should be a conversation of, hypothetically, if I was running for re-election, should I be broadcasted across the ISD's social media providing updates? I mean, an assertion could be made that I'm using ISD resources to affect the outcome of an election. I mean, again, I think everyone here is extremely ethical and would operate above board, but a future board could say, you know what? Trustee Arredondo's up for re-election, and we're going to let him do January, February, March, and April, because we want him to come back. I mean, but unless there's a schedule in place, I mean, those accusations could arise, right? So I think that requires a robust policy and discussion with y'all in the future. So I agree with Trustee Mejia that I hope y'all spend some time and maybe have a team of 8. And I'll be watching the live stream, but I won't be here. But know that I'll be thinking of y'all.
Anyone else? Well, I consider.
Mr. Shanks.
Oh, Mr. Shanks?
I move that we move to consent agenda and get those items because it is after 10, and I know we need to approve the minutes, and we had some other possibilities.
Okay. We're good with that. I'm ready to move into the consent agenda. We do have to take the minutes separately because we have one person that was absent on the April 3rd meeting. So we'll have to take the March 6 minutes and vote on those, and then the April 3rd.
Madam President? I move that we approve the meeting minutes for the regular school board meeting on March 6th.
A second?
I second.
Mr. Shanks, second. All in favor, please raise your hand. On that one, we could have everybody, okay. And then on the next one,
Madam President, I move that we approve the meeting minutes for the special board meeting on April 3rd.
second it.
Second it? Okay, all in favor? No.
I can vote for it. Y'all just choose not to vote. I trust y'all. I don't think it's false minutes.
I think you're
I,
supposed
I
to abstain.
assume you watched the video.
You're
If I
supposed to
disclose
abstain.
that, I would embarrass myself, so, but I trust y'all.
Thank you. Okay, approved.
Okay, so 7-0 for both.
Yeah, I was taking him because I thought he'd want to abstain. Items for action?
Madam President,
Yes.
are we doing the resolution for extending depository contract now?
We're moving to the items for action under.
We skipped 7B.
We're at 8A.
Oh, we skipped 7B.
Oh, did I skip one? Oh, I'm sorry, B. 7B, consider resolution extending the depository contract.
Ms. Cantu, I make a motion to approve.
And who seconds? And Ms. Villalpando seconds.
Okay. Madam President, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt a school safety program.
Did we vote?
Wait.
Oh, sorry, we haven't voted.
You're
Sorry,
you're
I'm
going
jumping
on,
the
and
gun.
I'm ready to vote on the depository contract. All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Now we're ready to go to the Marshal program. Discussion and possible action allowing for the implementation of the school Marshal program. And this is, if we vote in favor of it, what I understood from Mr. Wozniak, or maybe it was from legal counsel, that this would just be the beginning of the conversation.
Okay.
So did you have a motion?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move that we adopt a school safety program that follows all the criteria, programs, training, and responsibilities presented tonight for the school marshal program, with the exception of concealed carry and having a concealed weapon on our campuses.
Okay, so your motion is to accept, to set up or to accept the school marshal program without concealed weapon.
That is correct.
Ms. Cantu, before somebody makes a second, I just want to make it abundantly clear that without like Mr. Cruz here or Mr. Standridge or someone who can speak to a hypothetical third-party scenario that is the school marshal program.
Mr. Wozniak's still here.
But can he speak to the legality of a school marshal program that is not the school marshal program?
You
Does
don't,
he want to speak to that? I mean,
do you want to address that? Would it still be a school marshal program?
It would not be. That was clear. It would be a
That's-
school safety
That's what I
program.
was thinking, that it would,
A school safety program.
Would be a school safety program, yes.
Right, you can't associate it with school marshal at all, or T-Cole.
But you could do the training. We could require that they participate in the training, and so they would have the same training.
Not the T-Cole training.
They can't participate in it unless they become hired as a school marshal?
Well, not the law enforcement training is what I'm saying. They can't go take like the 80-hour training and not.
Without becoming a school marshal, you can't take the
certification would
training?
require the permit with the gun.
They can be trained in all the things we mentioned, like SRP and Stop the Bleed and CRACE, but they can't go through the marshal training.
Ms. Cantu, I also think it's disingenuous that when we had the police chief here and legal counsel, Dr. Salmi chose not to ask if this was a viable option. I understand that this is a political tactic to prevent this discussion and possible vote, and I give her credit for pulling this rabbit out of her hat, but if the intent was to pass this, when the experts were at this meeting, when the police chief was attending this meeting and available for questions, she chose not to ask them.
I specifically asked this question when the police chief was here over and over again. I specifically asked if we could have a school marshal program without a concealed carry, and they said no, and I specifically requested a school safety program that follows the same laid out process without concealed weapons. So I did specifically ask that question.
We'll go into discussion and questions. at
We
this
need a
point.
There's no
second on the
second.
motion.
Oh, we don't have a second? I guess your motion died because of
All
lack
right.
of a second.
Fantastic.
Ms.
Anyone
Cantu?
else have a motion? Mr. Arredondo?
Thank you, Ms. Cantu. I move that the school board initiate and allow the administration to pursue the implementation of the school marshal program.
I second.
Motion by Mr. Arredondo, seconded by Ms. Mejia, that we move forward with administration of the school marshal program, or the implementation of the school marshal program. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Ms. Halsey?
Yeah, Ms. Cantu, could I offer a friendly amendment to the motion that, that specific direction we would give to legal and to administration would be that no classroom teachers are to be equipped with firearms, and that we want legal to draw a contract by which the board, working in concert with the administration and with our current SROs and with the City of San Marcos Police Department, determine the hiring criteria and vetting process, and that once we have agreed on a contract, that one of the stipulations inside of that, not the contract, the school policy, the policy amendment, that once we've agreed on that contract, that any future changes to that after or during a 3-year pilot program would have to follow a specific program by which we would have public hearings and another vote of the board.
Is that all included in the amendment?
Yeah.
To the, okay, does somebody write that down?
So as like the original offer of the motion, I accept Trustee Halsey's amendment, so it doesn't need a second, it just modifies the original one. It looks like Trustee Halsey has that written down, so I will
It's on the tape.
I will defer to Trustee Halsey, President Cantu, Secretary Mejia, and Alicia to work to make sure that that is extrapolated in a appropriate way. Good luck. But I accept the amendment.
Thank you.
Ms. Vivando?
So, Mr. Arredondo?
He seconded.
Oh, okay.
Well, since, here's my, I mean, you can say yes or no. but-
Okay.
It's Halsey's motion,
Oh,
second.
I see, okay.
Halsey's
No,
motion,
Miguel.
and Miguel seconded with
Who's
the,
second?
no?
She's saying.
Well, it was a friendly amendment, so if I said
So-
no, we'd have to vote.
It's
No,
Mr.
no,
Arredondo's
wait a
motion
minute.
that was amended and
I'm trying to
seconded.
get straight. You made the motion,
Yes.
right? And did somebody second? Who second? Ms.
Yeah,
Mejia,
I
okay.
provided the second,
And
and then
then Ann
Ms.
Halsey added.
Yeah, she added a lot of things. What I want is to add the rest of what it says on here, because that includes the T-code, which is the most important thing of this whole program. So if you would add to your motion, and to allow the district to submit the required paperwork to T-code to implement the program.
So I'm just reading off of the main agenda. I apologize for that, but yes, the intent of my original motion was
Thank
to
you.
capture the full script that is in the board
Thank you,
book
Mr. Arredondo.
with the
Appreciate it.
addition of Ms. Halsey's
Well,
amendments
yes,
that were
her
accepted.
addition was a little bit different.
My
okay.
apologies for not reading.
Any further discussion?
Yeah. I have not heard personally any support by individuals for a school marshal program in our district, parents, community members, or staff members. I know we had a survey of it, and it seems like it's a mixed response on the matter. It's disconcerting to me that we are moving forward with something that has been given no vocal support by our constituents as the representatives of those people. That's my discussion.
Ms. Halsey?
I've heard from a number of people who are in favor of it. I've heard from people who were very confused by it, and once they understood what we were considering, changed their minds. And I've heard from people who were opposed to it and would be consistently opposed to it, just on whatever reason. So I didn't find that there was a giant public cry one way or the other. What I resoundingly heard from every person to a person was that they wanted our students to be safe, and they realized that this is a complicated situation and we live in a complicated world, and they expressed their faith and trust in this board and in the school district to act as we feel like we must. And so I appreciate everybody's time. I know this has been really hard. I don't take any of it lightly, and I don't think anybody does.
I've heard pros and cons, but there was a lot of misconception that the teachers were going to be the ones carrying guns, and when that was clarified, so they said it's like having extra police. You know, because right now, don't we have off-duty police people helping us on the elementary level?
We do, and
And
it's,
do they wear guns?
yes, and they are police officers with more than 8 months of training in law enforcement. I think that there's been some misrepresentation about the school marshal program, and even beyond just saying that teachers will be carrying concealed guns. I think there's a lot of misrepresentation to it, and I think there's a lot of conflating data about the entire city with school safety. And so we have met the criteria for success. We have not had an incident where a child was, so I think that's my point.
Anyone else? Call for the vote then. All in favor, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed, raise your hand. 1 opposed. Discussion and possible action to approve the agreement for the purchase of attendance credit. Mr. Doyle?
Good evening, Board. According to, and you'll see on, I believe, page 28 of your board book, according to Chapter 49, in order to stay within the 45-day requirement, this document, this contract, if you would need to be signed within 45 days of the May 6th election, the attendance credit election. So in order to adhere to that statute, I recommend that we sign this contract. It would be only uploaded upon the success of an ACE election.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
I move that we approve the, sorry, I just lost it on the agenda. The attendance credits as presented in the board book. Contract for attendance credits.
Motion made by Dr. Sami, seconded by Mr. Shanks. Any discussion or questions for Mr. Doyle? All in favor, please raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Opposed, 0. Now brings us to the open session. The board will convene from closed session to take action on items discussed in closed session. And we took up teacher contracts, administrator contracts, and superintendent contract.
Ms. Cantu?
Yes.
I move that we approve the teacher and other professional contracts renewals as discussed in
I second.
closed session.
Say again, please.
I move that we approve the teacher and other professional personnel contracts as discussed in a closed session.
Executive session.
And I second.
And Ms. Halsey seconds, okay. Dr. Sami moves that we approve the teacher and other professional personnel, seconded by Ms. Halsey. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 0 opposed. Now, there was under discussion regarding stipends, but that was purely a discussion. There's no action on that. I'll entertain a motion, Mr.
We
Shanks.
have to vote on
A and C left in 10.
administrator contracts and superintendent's contract. Have to be handled separately.
Well, are we going to have a motion on that, or are we just going to table them?
I'm going to make a motion that we approve administrator contracts as discussed. No, I'm going to say that we sorry, let me try that again.
Say again.
I make the motion that we approve administrator contract renewals and extensions consistent with the way in which we offered similar contracts last year, where new employees are given a 1-year contract and returning administrators get a 2-year contract.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Please raise your hand. 7, 0 opposed. And consider action regarding superintendent's contract. We did not.
I'll make a motion that we consider continuing the superintendent's contract consistent with the pay scale raise that we have implemented in previous years. That means that the superintendent's raise is consistent with other administrators, and that we keep the other components of the contract consistent with the way that they're currently written.
I'll second.
I'm sorry, you'll have to say that again for me.
I'm suggesting that we basically do what we've done in the past year in terms of pay raise, that we keep the superintendent's pay raise consistent with the other administrators' pay raise. So whatever we approve for the percentage, the superintendent would get a similar pay raise, and that the other components of the superintendent's contract would continue as they're currently written.
What was the last thing you said? Continue as what?
Currently
Everything else stays the
written.
same.
Everything else stays the same. Thank you. Do I have a second?
That was me.
All in favor, please raise your hand. 7-0. Now we'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion that we adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Mr. Shanks made the motion that we adjourn the meeting and seconded by
Let's give it to Mr.
Miguel.
Arredondo.
Mr. Arredondo, seconds. All in favor, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you all for being so patient and waiting for us.